Whole code, right?
We do both. We haven't done any construction to this point. The only reason I will be in a flex and not being planned to swing it up in 20.
Yep, thank you.
Our business is built on customers on the back side of the deal and retrofit. And so you end up going behind it. Depends which takes a long time.
It's opposition.
I was fortunate for chose in 2006 to diminish my interest in building that.
We're here. It doesn't matter where you are.
That's all right. Packet today.
Yeah. Work it, baby.
You know that truck I drive?
Yeah.
The motor blew up in it a week ago.
It's a piece of work.
It has a brand new truck.
Holy.
I'd sent it over to have it serviced,
Yeah.
and the guys either torqued down or something with a fuel rail, and it caused a vapor lock in the heads, and it essentially exploded inside the heads. And so, as I was driving down the road, it was just spewing out diesel everywhere. I'll finally get it back tomorrow.
So it's in the warranty.
Yeah. Ford offered to buy it back.
We're gonna need the real estate.
Okay, I'm getting my act together here. St. Francis is first. There we go. I just need to know what the hidden forest is. That last?
That's
Second. There's the Bell Memorial Park. That's the big one, isn't it? So that's the big packet. Bell's last. The cursory reviews. That memorial. Okay, because these are big packets. Angela, we don't have any changes.
If you look at some of this overgrown,
Yeah,
who's gonna want that?
dark on your agenda, right?
so,
I do, that is the second item in the final reviews. I need to find
although if it
13,
is designated,
770 Providence Road,
Does your
Chet.
agenda match
that
the
one
one
I
on
don't
the
think
screen?
it is.
I can't even read it.
Yeah, it's kind of fuzzy.
13770.
Final reviews?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was actually trying to find 13770. Do you see that one? The demolition review, 13770.
I think this is right. He did his pledge and stuff.
Then there's gonna be a little one like that.
Yes. Okay, that's a variance.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marty Littleton. Could I ask all of you to, I need to call the meeting to order and ask everyone to join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next thing is, I'm going to start down at this end. I'm going to start with me. I'm Marty Littleton, the Design Review Board. I live on Freemanville Road. This board is a voluntary board.
Rich Johnson, I live in Crabapple.
Laura Weissong, I live in Crooked Creek.
Tim Bryan, I have a business in Crabapple.
Perry Mason, I live in Hopewell Plantation.
Steve Check, I live in Nettlebrook Farms.
Thank you. Can I have someone give me an approval for the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We need to, Steve, would you like to make a motion to approval of that?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the February action minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. The next one is going to be our demolition review for 13370 Providence Road.
I think it's this year.
Go ahead. Okay. Hello, my name is Chet Tischer. Can you hear me? The name of my company is Fallwood Builders, and we have purchased the property at 13370 Providence Road. It is a piece of property that's been abandoned for about 20 years. It is completely overgrown, and I'm assuming you've seen the pictures. The pictures are actually pretty good. I mean, it looks worse than that in person. it's pretty run down. So what we just want to do is we want to clean it up, clean up the entire property, and we're going to be building another residence in its place. Something that's going to be similar to a horse farm, and the house is going to be a lot nicer than the one that's there now. I can
We
promise you.
can't fix this one?
It is unfixable, I promise.
Any questions from the board?
Not on this one.
I think you're looking.
I don't think it has any historical value either.
We have to make a motion or reduce.
Yes.
Tim, would you like to make a motion to approve?
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve the demolition of 13370 Providence Road.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Number 6 is the final reviews list. First one at bat is St. Francis High School, the field house.
Good evening. I'm Drew Buccellato. I'm the headmaster at St. Francis School, and with me is Taylor Trigg. He's the architect from Studio 416. Mr. Trigg has designed all the buildings on our Milton campus. We're here to petition the board to allow us to construct a field house, a football locker room. As I said at previous meetings when we talked about a land use permit, we specifically chose this site because we felt it would be the least obtrusive site for this building. It is really not going to be able to be seen from Cogburn Road, can only be seen for our parents or visitors coming on the campus. We had some initial designs, then we met with Mr. Buscemi and Ms. Rambo, and they gave us some input as far as what we felt would be most conducive as far as meeting the City of Milton's requirements, and those are the drawings that you see in front of you.
How far are we encroaching into the side setback?
Into the side setback,
Yes. Is that right? Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me, I was reading the wrong one.
okay.
Have you had approval on your site plan?
Yes, sir.
So you've already got approval to do your field work?
We don't have a permit to start that, but the site plan was approved at the December meeting, and then after we were here, we then went to the city council meeting, I believe.
Didn't we see something a couple of weeks ago, but it got deferred?
It was on the agenda.
It was on the agenda.
Right.
Is this what was on the agenda?
Part of it.
Bob, do you have any questions?
No, I think the applicant brought in some samples to show you materials, so I'd like the board to look at that. I think this discussion about what the board's preference might be on roof color, style, and all that. So, would you like to show them pictures? We need a small scale markup to show you the materials.
Very nice. That helps.
Well, basically, there's a very small base under the building to kind of pick up on what used to be rural architecture in this area. That would be more of a natural type sand finished brick. And then we have cementitious horizontal siding, cementitious board batten siding, trim, and then asphalt.
Drew, do you have any preference on the colors of the roof?
As I've admitted before, I'm colorblind, so it's...
Oh. Do you want to just show the other colors and see
Yes.
what they do?
It's not bad looking. No, that should be the nicest field house.
She's gonna build a mock-up of my barn.
Yeah.
Now, this is what was on the original
Okay,
plan, and this ties into the existing campus.
okay.
It's a different type of architecture. It's a more brick, more Tuscan looking. And then, this is one of the alternates. Whole thing collapsing. This is another.
As the architect, since you picked those colors, tell me what your preference is.
Well,
You know, we can't designate good taste, so.
yeah, I think either of the three of these works fine. The reason we brought all three of them was in case somebody had just, I hate that shingle, I don't think that works right.
And so what do you think the school, have you got a consensus from the school what they like? Anyone, have you taken any kind of,
Well, Drew is the school, so.
Yeah, well, so what works best with the campus as it is now? Is that?
Well, again, this building's not really gonna, other than the fact we have some, off-white and green, it's really not tying in with the style of the rest of the campus, which is, again, brick, cast stone, has some green metal roofs, it has some gray gray shingle roofs on it, some green shingle roofs. It's been built, over the course of 14 years. Recently, there was a weight room built about a year and a half ago that had brick, that had blonde brick that matched these existing buildings, and then it had hardy siding, and the trim on that's green also. But that's more of what I would call a forest plan. So again, this is diverging, going back to the overlay district criteria.
so you design your building color-wise to fit the scheme of what's going on there versus?
Well, to kind of generally tie in with.
This is on a different area of the property
Right.
as well. We originally bought 33 acres, and then we bought 10 acres next door and then 2 acres after that. So this is like that flag part.
Okay.
So, our preference would be the brick that's shown on this model.
I like that one.
Yeah, I do too.
Looks good to me.
Yeah.
That's the nicest model that anybody's ever brought to the
Yeah.
design review board.
Well, thank you.
Now, are you guys, is there another structure that's going to be coming as well? Because I thought we saw a couple structures.
Yes, sir.
First meeting.
Altogether, we have an existing barn that is used as a maintenance garage. Milton has requested that be disused, and so we're creating another maintenance garage that will be next to the existing house. But we wanted to do this. Quite frankly, this is the most important piece for
Sure.
us, so we wanted to get this through. I think we'll be back for that maintenance garage. The gym will have to speak with Mr. Buscemi and get his, input on that. It's a little bit more difficult building because it's 8,000 square feet, and then with any gym, there's gonna be some free space in it. So to meet the architectural requirements will be a little bit more difficult on that project. Now, once again, we put that in a location that is 300 feet from the street because of the topography. There's a natural depression there, so we felt we could hide a good part of that gym. We've been out on the road, and I think there would be just one small area of the roof, as we would draw it, at this point, that could be seen from Cogburn Road because of the trees on the property. So we're going to take that into consideration, meeting with the people here as far as what would be the best design.
Okay. No, I think it looks good.
It does.
A very fine job.
Thank you.
So this is, cool.
Okay.
I don't want to do, so I need to make a motion.
Would you like to make a motion?
Sure.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the St. Francis High School field house per the drawings and agreements that we've had with Angela's staff.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Gentlemen, thank you so very much.
Thank you.
One of these two.
Okay. Next one we have is, for the final review, is Hidden Forest Townhomes, Lot 1 through 6 and 8 through 13. I guess that's Miss Elizabeth James. I've just realized where this is. I drive by that gated community every day on my way to work.
Okay, well, good. I'm Elizabeth James. I'm representing JH Homes. We're here for the final review, as mentioned, for the next two buildings we have. Just to kind of give you a summary, because I know y'all see a lot of different people. Hidden Forest is off of Morris Road near McGinnis Ferry in Bethany. There are some existing buildings already there. The lots indicated in green were built by a previous builder several years ago. We've come in and purchased the lots that are in gray. There's also another builder out there that is doing the building here. He's come in already and gotten his review, but he is separate from us. We have one building already approved, lots 32 through 41. We made all the changes that the review board requested. I have a list of those if you would like to see them. And then we met with Mr. Law, Mr. Bashimi, and Ms. Rambo, and they gave us some suggestions on the next two buildings, and we've incorporated those as well. And I think you have those packages in front of you, so I've brought samples of all the products that we're going to be using on the exteriors. Just to hit a couple of those, we're doing Certainty architectural shingles, which have a limited lifetime warranty, metal roofs and eyebrows, queen-size brick, natural stone, Simplank fiber cement siding that has 25-year warranty, Hardy fiber cement soffit with 30-year warranty, drip cap on the roof lines, 5-inch OG gutters, which is different from most builders do 3 or 4-inch. The Chi carriage doors that also carry a limited lifetime warranty, Hardy fiber cement trim with 15-year warranty around all of the windows, Magnolia low E vinyl windows, decorative 5-pond brick or stone pediments over all the windows and doors. Excuse me. Masonite fiberglass front door, Savoy House lighting, and Centricon termite protection. So that's just some of the things that we're doing on the exterior to make sure that the longevity of these buildings look good. So, questions? Comments?
Any comments, Bob?
The application's complete, they've done a really fine job on these elevations. I think they've really done quite differently than the other buildings did. So we got the same form, but slight variation in the materials, which adds interest to the community. So they've done a really fine job with this.
Yeah, nice job on the submittal.
Thank you.
I can tell you,
Much improved.
a lot of trees went into this.
Yeah.
So. Okay.
I had to lift weights just to bring it in here.
I had a hard time carrying it in.
Have you met with the current residents that live in there and gotten their feedback on some of these new design plans?
Not that I'm aware of. Jim Jacoby could probably speak to that, but not that I'm aware of. Sorry.
We did have a HOA meeting with everybody. Actually, when we came through the first time, we showed those plans. These are much better. So they're stacked with what we're building now, especially the price point. So they're very happy with us.
Can I ask you a question? Have y'all taken control of the association, or has it already been turned over to the existing property owners?
Yes, sir. We are the declarant of the HOA, and so we'll turn it over when we finish the last houses.
Okay, so y'all are the majority of the control of the rest of the build-out?
Yes, sir.
Done there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Anybody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Have there been any comments about the color being, any thoughts about colors being very similar?
It's actually very difficult to get the colors to come out on, especially the townhome buildings, trying to get them on 11 by 17.
Yes.
Oh, those are the materials.
Can,
Materials, yes. Materials.
As far as
the color schemes of each one, let me ask you this, would y'all be comfortable with making part of our motion, if we approve this, that it be subject to staff approval of whatever the color is going to be, that it falls in the themes that we want?
I'd be okay
That's
with that.
fine. I mean, I think they're doing everything pretty much
Yeah,
the way
I
we
mean-
want now, so.
Well, the only comment, are you saying that staff would pick out the brick color, the trim color, the house color?
Just approve whatever they bring to them be put, so that.
Whatever the board decides to suggest, it would be just something that we just follow through to make sure that they comply.
Okay, so you're going to present your colors
Yeah.
in color schemes.
Okay.
Is that right?
And it doesn't have to come back before the board staff can make that
Right,
decision.
if you make any changes, it wouldn't have to come back, we would just, if you make a change.
Are there not over there, or is it? is
They
that-
are, yes. I have boards with them as well. I don't know if y'all want to
We're gonna take a look.
walk down and look
Here,
at
I mean,
them,
they're
or?
here already.
Yeah, that's, I mean, I'll do that early first.
Which number goes to which house?
They have a site plan. So I didn't know the site plan. Okay, so yeah, probably be easiest to, submit packets. Just about 6 of them. Comments, or just, did you have comments? You're good. I just want to make sure you have comments. I just want to make sure you have comments. Sit down.
We've not had any problems with ours. We actually got every year, builder integrity, review from our, warranty company. Because it does, it loses out over time. We're not seeing that.
Yes.
Would you like Aaron to make this motion?
Yeah.
There's a copy.
I don't think we need to put any conditions on it.
No, I mean, I think they've done.
I think they've done homework and they're working
I
forthright.
wonder.
Any questions for the board down there on this project?
No, not now. I think I'm good.
Okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion that the Hidden Forest Project, lots 1 through 6 and 8 through 13 be approved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Miss Elizabeth James, you're good to go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Next on our agenda is Bell Memorial Park expansion. Is Erica here?
She is here.
Erica, I owe you an apology. I didn't call you back.
Mr. Chairman and board members, after 19 years of dreaming and 1 year of intensive planning, we're bringing to the city what we hoped is the final design for Bell Memorial Park. I'm going to step out of here and become the PC support person for our team here. I would like to introduce, come on up, Miss Erica Madsen with the Foresight Group and Mr. Dave McCauley with Lyman Dooley Davidson. Your show. Let me know how I can help you.
All right, thanks. I get this shortened for me here. Well, I'm going to probably have to apologize to everyone after me because I have a lot more material than the folks in front of me. But I figured what I should do, and y'all tell me what you want to focus on. But I thought I would give you the overall context of the site and sort of go over the big picture of all the amenities included, and then we can delve into any details that you want that you may have questions on. Sure. Does that sound appropriate? Okay. This is let me so I can see it. That's perfect, Jim. Thank you. This is the approved master plan, and I brought it basically so you can see how similar our current design plans are to the approved master plan. This is the existing Bell Memorial Park site, plus the additional acreage that was acquired by the city of Milton. Hopewell Road is on the west side, and Thompson Road is across the north side, and there's the existing Park Drive right down the middle. The southern boundary is bordered by a residential subdivision as well as the eastern side here. And then there's 2 private residences that are along the park road there. This little chunk up here, that little chunk is one private residence, and then there's one directly across the street. So that is sort of placing this in context to the surrounding area. On site right now, they have 4 playing fields and some mishmash of parking, and this parking lot here is already existing, so we're proposing to maintain that parking lot and then add on more. As you enter, so to describe the site, once it's built, you're going to enter the park road, and you'll be looking down the long stretch. We would have some speed tables in there to slow the drivers, because right now it's kind of like a freeway all the way into the site. Then as you come to the main park access, if I can direct your attention to the screen, can you all see that? This is where it differs a little bit from the master plan. You can see we've integrated a traffic circle instead of this sort of drop-off lane that was in the master plan. So you would come in, and along the right-hand side of the road is a place for the parents to drop off their kids. And then drop off kids' equipment. You could also swing through the roundabout area and access the parking lot. That whole center island there, the middle of it, I think the city of Milton is working for a possible art installation in the center there, but basically it's a mounded grass circle in the middle. And then pavers, it's sort of like a raised speed table, so it's a flush transition for your pedestrians. So as you circle around the traffic circle, you would have a set of decorative bollards to keep vehicles from actually entering into the plaza area. And then you would swing around to access the whole big parking lot. Now, the parking lot is the southern parking lot that you see here is intended to be 3/4 asphalt and then 1/4 of it to be a grass paved system. So we're trying to, work with the green space and have as low an impact as we can for an active park like this. Dave is going to talk to you about the building. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about entering into this plaza area. Jim, there's a graphic. It's called, I don't know if you can pull up that folder. I'll tell you what it is. The entry sketch, please. Yeah. So this is kind of an idea of what you would be seeing as you walk in. So you would walk in, this is as if you're standing in the traffic circle looking into the site. So pedestrians would walk between these two monument walls, and those monument walls have a sign component, and that's where the youth leagues would post their, their league, Wall of Fame, thank you very much, Wall of Fame. And the walls are intended to be of fieldstone to match the building and site, what do you call them, seat walls around the whole site. So as you are looking ahead, you would see the Bell Memorial Park wall, and that is that would basically be a seat wall with an elevated portion and metal letters, basically just, with the name of the park there. Directly behind that wall is the playground, and if you're so inclined, I can show you what that playground will look like. I have those graphics. And then, Jim, if you could pull that other PDF you had back up, please. That's the one, yes. So you can see what I just described to you was right at 28. So you're standing at 28 looking between the walls, and then you can see the playground behind it, which is at number 9, and the concession building behind that, which is at number 8. This park includes if you'll direct your attention up here, this park includes an asphalt walking trail that extends around a good portion of the perimeter. The paved portion would just wrap around this portion of the site. But then there's a natural surface trail that goes through some really beautiful woods around the back and back up to this area here.
Oh,
Now,
how long is the trail?
Beg pardon?
How far is the trail?
Total loop, including the paved and natural surface, is just about a mile, all said. Within the sort of active portion of the park there, we have 2 rectangular fields. One of them you can see at the very top where the number 7 is. That's actually an overlay field, so it's a rectangular field, but they can play baseball on it in some parts of the year, and other parts of the year used as a lacrosse, football, soccer. We have a second rectangular field, I guess that's to the left of that, and then 4 baseball fields of different sizes for different age groups. And I think Jim is pretty darn excited about this because it's really going to increase his programming abilities for the site. The plaza area itself majority of it will be concrete, but we'll have paver accents. So you can see where that number 28 is. That's kind of where the pavers end, but then there'll be little pockets of pavers within those sort of oblong landscape islands to sort of break up the concrete area. Additionally, around the backstops, you can see there's that sort of that gray shading on the graphic, and that's going to be an exposed aggregate surface, so it's a hard packed surface. It's sort of like the concrete without the fines in it. So
essentially granite dust with a base, or it compacts like that.
Well, it's not a loose material, it's a hard material. So have you ever seen like pervious concrete?
Matter of fact, I was going to ask you if that was what your plans were on the green parking lot part.
Well, the green parking lot is a grass paved product, so that's actually like a module, it's like this carpet you roll out. It has these cells, and it's filled with the dirt, and the grass grows up through it, but it's structurally competent to handle loads. So that's actually a grass.
Okay.
It would look like grass once it grows in. But no, these around the backstops would be the concrete. The oblong landscaped areas within the plaza, those are bioretention areas, so they're planted. They provide water quality treatment. And you can see the sort of turquoise colored items. Those are batting cages. And let's see, what else have I got? Let me speak to one thing. So this, if you've ever been out to this site, there is a lot of topography. So we are proposing retaining walls. Over here, I can show you better. Basically, the perimeter retaining walls along Hopewell, those are intended to be segmental block retaining walls. I have a picture of what that might look like if you're not familiar with them. There'll be a retaining wall along the southern boundary here, not right up against the property line. We have a buffer, but the retaining wall down this way would be a gabion retaining wall, and basically those it's wire baskets, and eventually plant material grows through it, so it turns into a green wall. It was an appropriate application here because it faces the woods, and it would sort of disappear into the wood eventually. The two southern smaller baseball fields, it's actually stepped down. It's a pretty cool application here. We'll have about a 4-foot concrete wall that forms part of the backstop. So if a batter is standing at home plate, ready to hit, behind him there's about a 4-foot concrete wall, and then the backstop fencing goes up behind that. I think I'll let Dave go ahead and talk about the buildings on the site, and then I can touch on a couple other things.
Thank you all. Bob? Can you? One of the things we wanted to do in meeting with Jim and everybody during the development of the buildings is to try to come up, and it shows up with what you all have, is come up with something that fits within the community, is sort of the aesthetic that we, from what we understand, Milton's looking for, but also not be too literal in its interpretation. So we look more at the idea of almost a modern interpretation of a barn form, but again, something that has a little more of a modern feel to it, is durable, sustainable. That's one of the things we really pride ourselves on all of our buildings. And I think you have in your packet the concession restroom building, maintenance building, and the storage buildings. I'll start off with the larger of the one, which is a concession restroom building. And that is not just concessions and restrooms, it also has a meeting room in it as well, a small office, and storage areas. But one of the things we wanted to do was try to create it's a focal point, and it's when Erica had the site plan up here. You can see it's sitting in the middle of the plaza, so it's in all the grades kind of as you come up into the plaza rise up towards it. And so we really realized that this is really going to be one of the focal points of the entire plaza, and it needed to be something that would catch your eye. You'd be drawn to it. One of the reasons we have the porches, the breezeways, so when those thunderstorms come through in the summer, you have got places for people to quickly get out of cover, or when it's July and it's 95 degrees, a place to get out of the sun as well. Material-wise, the building itself is going to be all, what you don't see is it's load-bearing block, but we know that was not an aesthetic that the city wanted to have exterior-wise, but we needed that durability inside. So it is going to be a Tennessee crab orchard stone, which is very similar to this, on the base, forming a wainscot that gives you the durability of kids and bats and bikes and all running around. Invariably, when kids stop, they always do the put the foot back on the wall, which if it's just a painted block or something, leaves footprints everywhere. Above that is a cementitious board and batten siding, and we will do cementitious fascias as well. All of that will be painted. The two samples you have on there are labeled. It shows the paint colors and stain colors we're looking at. In the porch area, we're going for we're going for pressure-treated but kiln-dried lumber so it can be stained right away. We'll stain it a nicer, darker stain. In those exposed areas on the front porch and the breezeway, it'll have a tongue-and-groove ceiling, and we'll keep that, stain it as well from preserving it also, but it'll keep it nice and light and bright also. We're looking to do, in lighting-wise, coming with very clean sort of uplight, sort of bounce the light off the ceiling in those areas and do it with an LED, something that's not in your face and more of a subtle, but it does light those areas. Then we're painting the metal area, painting our doors from a durability will be hollow metal, but we are painting them this sort of rust terracotta color that you see indicated on the little boards I gave you. This palette that we developed for this building actually is continuing over into the maintenance building. Most of the time, most people think of maintenance buildings as a standard metal building. What we're doing here is working with Erica. We are taking a metal building, a pre-engineered building frame, and then cladding it in the same materials, the cementitious board and batten siding, and the same type of standing seam metal roof that we've got on the main building, and that'll have the gray on it as well. So it starts creating a campus feel, and also knowing that this maintenance building is towards the neighbors, we didn't want anything that would be objectionable to them as well, and it fits more into the sort of palette that you would find in a residential area. And the small storage buildings, which are going to be used by the associations, there's one of them that is over on the by the softball complex, and there's one baseball complex, and there's another one that is serving the multi-use fields. Is going to be the same thing. They're just 20 by 30 buildings. Again, we're using a pre-engineered structure, but it's all being clad in the same board and batten siding as the other buildings and the same standing seam roof. So it's really, our goal is when we do projects like this, it's really creating a campus so that that whole park doesn't feel like a sort of a hodgepodge, that there's a lot of continuity, and it starts giving the sense of this is the city of Milton's park and not somebody else's.
I got a couple questions on your buildings.
Sure.
The standing seam roof, the
Yes.
color of that. Obviously, it's a farming/equestrian community, so that patina-type look on roofs, I don't even know if that exists in terms of having it when you build a new building.
One of the things we looked at was originally we had talked, when we were talking with Bob, we were looking at a what's called a galvalume finish, which is more what you think of as the old sort of tin roof. But one of the dilemmas with that is the finish is not quite as durable as the painted finish. Their manufacturers make a number of stock colors, and in sort of in our discussions with Bob, we were thinking to stay within that gray palette. If we want to change it to a, they also make them in tans, they make them in sort of a terracotta color, but obviously one of the things as you get into the darker colors, particularly in the storage and maintenance buildings, since they're not really air conditioned, and the guys are in the, particularly the maintenance building, if they're in the sort of bay area, truck bay area in the middle of the summer, it may start getting a bit hot.
I like the light gray colors.
I like it too.
So, because obviously, I grew up on a farm, and all the roofs that I've ever seen that my family had on a barn were, galvanized metal.
With a few rust spots, right?
Yeah, with a few rust spots. But,
my grandparents had a farm too, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
It brings back more memories for those of us that have that, and for our children and the children that come along past us, our kids, to have this to be a really wonderful place to have good memories.
Well, thank you.
So I like
And one of the things that was in your original packet, and thank you, Erica, is, and it's up on the screen right now, there was a little bit of concern, and as you see in the first elevations, that the breezeway was feeling a little high and seemed to be sort of cutting the building into a 75%, 25% piece. And so what we did in talking with Bob and Jim, we went back and we said, all right, well, let's see if we can take that gable, drop it down, make the breezeway a little bit lower, still keep a higher gable so it keeps it all nice connected, but you still feel, and I think it gives a little more sense of intimacy or residential feel to that breezeway area. And I think the breezeway is going to be nice because we've got a water fountain that'll be accessible even when the concession stands are closed in that area. It's your access to the meeting room, to storage room, and again, it's another place where people, if there's a storm, you can run and get under cover very quickly.
It's a beautiful building.
We got questions, and maybe it's for Angela or Jim. This is a big project. What are we actually approving today? I mean, are we approving the park expansion itself, or the buildings?
You want to go with me? Okay. The master plan
of the park itself has already been approved by council.
Okay, so we've
Right.
already got that part.
Right, so what you guys are approving is the structures.
Okay.
Angela, did I say that correctly?
When, hey, Jim, when do you think construction would start on those? It's
We are
way too
currently
late.
on a track that would have us completing the current recreation baseball season that's happening right now. Actually, opening day is this Saturday. We'll complete that season about a week before Memorial Day, and then we should be able to shut down the park as of June 1st and start moving dirt.
Okay, and then buildings would start late this year, early next year?
We don't have a contractor on board yet, so we don't have the timeline, so I can only speak in generalities, but I would say buildings would probably start, what?
I would say, I would say mid to late fall. Obviously,
Okay.
as Erica alluded to, there's a fair amount of there's topography, and obviously ball fields and topography don't necessarily go together. So there's a fair amount of earthwork that's got to be done.
Okay.
We're guessing it's going to be like a 12-month construction period.
Yeah.
All said.
Yeah. So you're looking for us to approve so you can be let go with, all right, we're going full force with design work, contract bidding and what have you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if I might, basically
Okay.
we've already submitted our site development package for initial review for LDPs. So whatever approvals we need from you all to keep that process rolling is what we're looking for tonight.
For the structures.
Right, we're talking the concession stand, the maintenance building, and then there's 2 outlying storage buildings.
Is the plan for it to be open for the next fall season, or?
They've told, yeah, it'll never be fast enough. They've told us, Erica's told us, it'll be a 12-month construction cycle. I'm aiming at 14 months. If we have a summer like we did this past one, we're in trouble.
Yeah.
So what we're doing is we're making arrangements to physically relocate the Hopewell baseball program by parsing it up and working with Forsyth County, Hopewell Middle School, Fulton County Board of Ed, and other partners that we're working with to give the baseball program a measure of continuity, even if they're playing as a group of nomads. The idea being that I'd love to be able to get it open for summer, but I'll be pleased if we open for fall season and have the first ever football game at a Milton City Park.
Yeah. Jim?
Yes, Steve.
This is going to be like the, kind of the shining park for Milton right here. It's going to last, a long time. I've just kind of looked at this, and we're only getting a glance at it. And I represent Councilmember Lusk. Would it delay you, and I don't want to delay you in any way, would it delay you if we said, okay, can you come back next month so we can kind of get our arms around that? I sure would like to talk with him about this, and because it's such an important project, and I'm kind of throwing this out to the rest of the board here. And like I said, I don't want to slow anybody down on what they're going to do, but what do you guys think? I mean, that's that.
I'm real familiar with it myself, so I'm very familiar with the site and the plan.
So really, all we're really doing is approving the buildings.
Correct.
As they
Color
exist,
schemes
and the
and
color schemes.
right.
So, functionally speaking, and from a construction standpoint, there's not a whole lot that can be said that's not already here. Especially in the building I'm looking at right here, the one you've got.
That's correct.
I think the nice three-dimensional look to it on all 4 sides. I mean, it looks to me like it's well thought out. And in terms of the layout goes, I suspect once you get to building this facility, there will be some changes y'all have to make, somewhere down the pathway. But
Well,
And that was a good observation on your point. We had to design all four sides because of where this building is situated. There's not a back.
Right.
It's a whole walk around, and we've really worked with Erica and Forsyth in sort of the landscaping and where trees are placed as far as we've got, even on what is the western side where the meeting room is, we've got an overhang on that, over where those windows are, but they, to sort of supplement that, have planted some additional trees, so you're still getting that light, but actually you're gonna get some more shade that's gonna help that. So
Well,
we're really working in conjunction.
It looks like a really nice horse barn for a rural community. Obviously, sometimes it's hard for us to sit down and say we really like something. When you're seeing it in a three-dimensional drawing, it's hard sometimes to conceptually get the finite details that sometimes we're asked for. I personally don't have a problem with the building. And I assume that all the structures going up, they're going to be similar to this. They'll all lend themselves together.
All the structures tie into each other, yes.
Specific things that I'm interested in. And I have to say that I have an interest in LED lighting because I have an interest in that industry. And so I am real interested in how we control our lights, what lights are going to be put in, and how we can be energy efficient, and what's going to be the best thing for us as far as color schemes go. As I've said multiple times before, I think that my taste isn't always the best, and I don't deem it to be that I've got a vision as to what everybody wants. And so I think it's a beautiful building.
Steve?
Yes, go ahead, Jim.
If I may answer the question you asked. You asked, would it delay us if we pushed back a month?
Yeah.
The answer is yes, sir.
Okay.
We're, in order to get to a June 1 start of construction, we have to be at realistically the first week of May for council approval of a contractor's contract. And then 30 days bidding and backs up from there.
Do you go to P&Z or to the board with any of this now, or is it just to us, and then you?
We go to you, and then from there we go to bid, and from there we go to council.
All right.
Council has already approved the master plan. These are the details that you guys are approving.
Have they seen the buildings and everything, the conceptual ideas behind the buildings?
They have been briefed in an informal way, but in a where all 7 were gathered, no. We have made them,
That's kind of what I was.
Right.
In a non-quorum way.
That's correct.
I was just, are they tied into?
Yes,
the whole
into the whole theme of where we're doing the park, yes, they are.
Did you have like specific questions or concerns?
No, I just,
That's the
make
group
sure
to
nobody
answer.
calls me up and goes, hey, what do we
okay.
approve?
So-
I think, and that's kind of, and believe me, this is great stuff. I'm just wondering if they had an opportunity to see it and hey, have some thought into the whole thing.
Council has frequent meetings with Chris on an independent basis, and Chris has had these drawings, has been sharing them with council for about a month now.
Okay, great.
To address some of your concerns, we've been working with Bob very carefully, discussing that on buildings like this, you're talking about the details that we don't, an OG, maybe on something like this, maybe an OG gutter on a barn's not appropriate. But at the same time, a more simple gutter, but then round downspouts. But also to meet the round downspout, you also want to make sure that your round downspout is big enough that a ball wouldn't get thrown up in it and clog the downspout up. So there are some of those little things that Jim's going to appreciate when it starts coming to making this park work.
The little intricate details, I think that on a staff level, I can speak for me only, but I think the board has a great deal of faith in Angela and the staff that we have, and they know the direction that as a board we kind of lean towards. Like somebody just said the other day that I always bring up the thing about the doors on houses, and so I think staff really kind of knows what we like, and in no way do we want this to make it out to where we're just the city brings us something and we approve it just because it's the city. We obviously want something to be built that is, a legacy for the city. Really.
Well, and
that's what this is all about, is a legacy and something that's going to work.
Well, I think my point here is just making sure it's all tied together in the process of decision-making. And I think you answered, Jim, that absolutely it was.
I can say this, Carter Lucas has done an amazing amount of work in getting us to this point. And then when Kathy Fields and Bob Buscemi got in here and added all the artistic touches to make it part of the community, this project took flight.
Yeah, that's going to be fantastic.
Okay, so I just have a couple questions on the building here, and maybe a suggestion. I don't know if it helps or not. Is the concession stand window, is that going to be pointed towards the playground?
Yes.
Is there going to be like enough space? I just know that from growing up, like you're waiting to get your ice cream or whatever, and the kids are playing. Is there going to be enough space between
that's
the
why
playground and the?
Yeah, that porch actually.
Let me get the other one.
If you let's see, they didn't show up on the plans. There's enough room in there for a row of picnic tables up against those columns and still having 6 to 8 feet clear. And the way we've got it, if you look at it, we've actually got 2 separate windows. So you're right, a lot of queuing area that if somebody's waiting for the drink, waiting for their ice cream.
Kids running around. Exactly. It's hard to tell how to scale this is. And then, I don't know if the actual ball fields come into question. Will the dugouts be level with the dirt? Will they be like step up?
They will be level.
What will the fence be? Will be like ground field? Will be chain link?
Chain link
Yes.
fences.
Well, what color will that be?
Yeah, we have black vinyl coated chain link fences for the dugouts and fields.
And then what about the fence on the back? Will that be chain link as well? Will it be wood?
Oh, I didn't speak to that actually, and thank you for bringing that up. We do have a perimeter fence along Hopewell and along the entry drive, and that's going to be a 4-board pasture fence, black painted, so to sort of tie in the whole motif.
But I was talking about the fence on the back of the fields. Like, will that also be chain link?
The outfield fences?
Yes.
Yes, those would be chain link.
And then will there be scoreboards for each of these?
Yes.
And then I guess I just remember from playing baseball that there is someone that sits behind the field.
Mm-hmm.
Is there going to be like a seating
Scoring stand, a scoring booth.
Yeah. Right.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what the technical term. Scoring booth table.
Yeah, it's like going to be like a prefab metal, elevated a few feet where they can look out over the field with a sloped roof on it.
Yep. And then you mentioned that the backstop, like a couple feet or something, was going to be concrete.
Yeah.
I don't know if concrete includes brick or the stone that is right here. To the extent that it's stone around that matches with this would be.
Let me show you a picture. I think it's
okay.
really good.
Right. Okay.
Which part?
Yeah, one in Forsyth?
Fowler?
This is what it'll look like. So
Okay.
actually,
Yeah.
if you can see on it, there's actually a hat on the wall, so the wall face will be.
So the content of the wall itself is really irrelevant because it can be covered up anyways. And then the only suggestion I had is I don't know if on this road coming in there was an opportunity for signage. I know you have the Bell Memorial Park at the front. I don't know if
Yeah.
there's any archway. If you need if there's like an archway signage when you try to drive underneath it. That's
Yeah, actually, we do have sort of, and this is, I was trying to follow context of people before me, but we do have some really interesting details. One of the things along the drop-off area we have proposed is basically like banner poles. So, Jim, in that folder, there's an example. I think it's that banner, not that one. The other one.
Pole at night.
Yeah, it's a pole at night. Okay, so these are bigger than what we would propose, but it's the same idea. So basically the poles would be 15 feet high with a banner, and the banner would have basically like the universal symbol for baseball and lacrosse and soccer, and those would be along the right-hand side of the drop-off lane. There is also a sign for Bell Memorial Park at the intersect with Thompson Road, and that's the Milton Standard sign. So that's the 2 locations where we have this name proposed.
And then my only suggestion on the building, I think this building's really neat. I don't know, Marty, maybe you can help with the technical term here, but it's got, looks like, it's kind of two levels. At the apex, kind of over where the breezeway is, it would be neat if there was just a little floor thing that kind of sat up above it with maybe, I don't know what do you guys understand what I'm explaining?
A cupola?
Yeah, yes, sitting up there with maybe, whatever they call a thing that points the wind, not a windmill, but a weather vane.
Weather vane.
Would be neat, just because it's the apex of the park, and so it kind of like all comes up together as, I don't know if that's changes the entire integrity of the building.
No, I mean, and that's, sort of, that's you all's call.
Another thing to his comment, if you put one up there that can be lit just as an accent lighting piece or something along those lines, something that would, because obviously we're trying to get the three-dimensional look at the building from all four sides, and so you get a common theme to a particular building. It'd be a common theme throughout the whole complex. The problem with that building is if you put a cupola on top of it and you just got one up there, it's going to look like it's all by itself. So
It would need like 3.
it's a long building, but my point being is sometimes, someplace, you have to decide that the budget's the budget, and this is what we got, and that stuff costs money, and whether or not it's something that's really important to us. Obviously, I think it's a great idea, and it looks great. If we can afford it and it's less filling, great.
Right.
But I understand. I think you've done a good job with the three-dimensional look of the building.
Thank you very much.
So,
we've been, as I said, we've been working very closely with Carter and Bob and Jim and Kathy, and really sort of working together as a team. And Erica, making sure that the site and the buildings all work together and complement each other.
We actually have a picture that's a City of Milton picture that was of a very similar barn like this. I don't remember. Do you know one I'm talking about, Angela? It was actually the one out on Birmingham Highway that tore down the barn. What was the name of that barn? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Blue Valley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's a very similar.
It's gorgeous.
And I'll tell you,
It's painful to see that thing come down.
and it tore me up to agree to demolish that building.
Yeah.
But one of the things that might set this off and again, there's nothing wrong with your design, but just light, skylight, window lights across between the first and the second roof.
Mm-hmm.
Something that would, not make it dark. But again, I'm not trying to say that my taste is the dictator.
Oh, we would love to put the clear story lighting in there, but then it's one of the, as you mentioned, cost is one thing, and then obviously you get into ceiling heights in restrooms, concession stand, rooms, and all, and so.
There's more to it. I mean, I don't know about it.
It's that ripple effect of while we're doing it, why don't we? Having renovated my own home myself, I can tell you that's
my wife kept coming in saying the bedroom needs to be bigger, and we ended up with a 24 by 26 foot bedroom, and now it's a gymnasium. So I get it. So I just wanted to throw out the idea, and I like your idea because it's beautiful. It really is. Now, I assume those cost about $1,800 a piece for something.
Yeah, and what I would, to put a cupola on it, I would do something, I think, staying with the style of the building that doesn't get fussy, just a very simple square, and maybe instead of, the idea of the light is kind of cool, and maybe instead of louvers in it that you typically would see in a cupola, it could be that it is glass, and so it's just lit from inside, and it just glows.
Yeah, and the other thing I thought, just now that we've talked about this aesthetic part of it, is that area between the first roof and the second roof, if that had some sort of accent lighting on it to where the nighttime visual would be great, but.
And we will need some security lighting to put in there, and even like you said, with LEDs, you're not obviously trying to light a walk. You just want a little something just to give a little bit of a glow.
Right. Actually, Erica and I discussed lighting extensively at different points, but it's all something, and this is just wish list items, and I don't think we need to hold up the project over the little things that we may deem that, because we all want everything. I want an Aston Martin, but I'm not getting one.
Excuse me, Marty? Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize.
I just had a
quick question. On the drive-in, did I hear, was there going to be some speed tables?
Speed tables, yes.
How many?
We are looking at about 2 speed tables. One would be, midway down, basically like in this location, past the driveway, and a second one would be further down here before the pedestrians start crossing back and forth.
I have another question.
But they wouldn't be speed bumps; they'd be the table kind, if you
Right,
understand the difference.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, because people really are
Mhm.
crazy fast there.
Yeah.
It's just, and they don't slow down. It is what it is. And with kids, there, and now you've got capability for people going on a trail and,
I'm talking about big ones. Hey, Jim, one more question, and this is just
Yes, sir.
more of a parks idea.
Yes, sir.
City of Marietta has a massively huge boxcar derby where the kids get together and make boxcars and race.
Yes.
Would this drive not be a good place for something like that to take place?
Is it gonna be the
That's a
same width?
great idea.
Huh?
That's a great idea.
Well, let me just tell you,
It's a
they
great
have
elevation,
1,000 people show up
Yeah.
for this boxcar, and these kids make all these, and it's a big thing. And the reason it came to that, Erica, was because you're talking about putting the speed bumps. I understand the speed bumps, but if you have the speed bumps, how do you work out the?
Well, here's the other side of the coin. First of all, we still have 2 citizens' neighbors who are here, here, and here. Okay, so in order to give someone enough of a running start, starting here, we're going to be encroaching on their property and on their privacy too. And part of this design, we have worked very hard to listen very closely to Mr. Typin and Jason and Carrie Ann. And, they're concerned about their privacy too. So we've worked hard to incorporate that. My comment, and I'm kind of speaking off the cuff here, as much as I'd love to do a boxcar derby, because I remember doing something like that myself.
I was never that smart.
I was around before the engine was invented, so we had to have a boxcar, as my kids will say. But the reality is, far more often, the park typically today has 2,000 people coming into it every Saturday. We're going to be adding to that. We're going to be adding the traffic to that because we're adding different sports as well. It's much more important, in my opinion, that we slow the traffic down as we're coming in here. Already, we're making a fundamental change in the design of the park. If you're familiar with Bell Park right now, currently, you come down Bell Park Drive, and you drive literally through where the people and the children are playing. That we have a playground and a playground and a pavilion on the right, and then the bathrooms and the concession stand on the left and down there. So the kids are running across and cars are running through them. The fundamental change we're doing here. Cars on this side, people on this side. And yes, we do have people in their urban assault vehicles who come charging in, hoping to get to 88 miles an hour and jump 30 years back in time as they're trying to get Billy to their park. We need to slow the people down.
How many parking spots are there?
478.
Great. Jim, I think other than you, I'm probably the most excited person in this room about this program, so I think it looks great.
I think this is going to be really our first official thing we've really completed other than the little park we've got up here at the Pocket Park.
Yes. Like I said, 19 years in the dreaming and 1 year in the planning.
Well, you've done an excellent job.
All of us as a team, not me.
I agree.
One thing I mentioned it only a little bit. This is a big park and it's got a lot of fields and a lot of sun shining down on it. But also, I think it's important for y'all to know that we really are working hard to incorporate a lot of trees into the site. So all of those landscape islands, the ones directly adjacent to the buildings, as Dave mentioned, they really do provide shade. And in fact, one of them they'll tuck the grills up kind of into the landscape island to shield them. And also in the parking lot area, I know this master plan just has your typical sort of dots of trees, but you'll notice on the rendering you received in your package, the actual planting concept is much more complete. We have a lot of trees in there, so we really are working towards a green park, not just an expansive asphalt to go along with the field. So I think and there'll be seasonal color built in there. You know, we're working with Mark. Mark's been right alongside us all this process so far, so we're really going to be working on that seasonal color and all that
I think
vegetation.
we all
in there.
appreciate the hard work that everybody puts toward it. Would anybody on the board does anybody have any other questions? And do we have any public comment? Okay, in the absence of public comment, do we have any board comment?
Great job.
I'm psyched.
Okay, guess what? Since you know the most about it, why don't you make the motion?
I never said I know the most about it.
No, but you've been involved in it the most intensively.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the Bell Memorial Park expansion as presented here this evening.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for everything.
Thank you all very, very much.
Next thing on our list is the courtesy reviews. How about 1720 High Grove Club Drive? Mr. Couch.
Hey, I'm Joe Couch. I live at 1720 High Grove Club Drive. I've got 4 small boys in my house, and they're soon going to get some driver's licenses, and I've just got a 2-car garage. So I was looking at my property and wanting to build a separate garage adjacent to my house. And, you know, in looking at my property, I felt like the best place to put that was at the end of the driveway. I'm not sure what you guys have there. I'm hoping you have a little site plan I drew.
Yeah,
but so you can see the proposed location for my garage would be right at the end of the driveway there. The unfortunate thing there, though, is that in order for me to put it there, I would need to seek this variance of 10 feet into the setback, leaving 15 feet between the garage and the property line.
I feel your pain. I have a similar problem.
So 25 by 25, is that a 3-car garage or 2?
It's a 2-car. I brought a little picture of a garage in a nearby neighborhood, and I don't know if you guys want these.
What are you going to construct it out of?
So this is a picture of a garage in a similar, or a nearby neighborhood that I feel like this is kind of what I want it to look like. It'll be siding above, but have a stone veneer from about 2 feet above the slab down to the ground, all the way around, and then white painted cementous siding above that.
You going to have living space above it?
Not initially. That may be something I do down the road, but currently it'll just be a kind of a framed.
We cannot tie onto the septic tank from this. If he wanted to put a bathroom in it, he couldn't do that, correct?
Correct.
The current ordinance. So it'd require a separate septic tank for this structure. If he attached this structure, even though it's minorly attached to the house itself, then he could, in fact, depending on capacity, be able to build out that space above. You see where I'm going with this question?
Yeah. Well,
the thing I'm going to is, as a detached building, it has one set of things it has to comply with. If he attaches it either with a breezeway or he moves over the 6 feet or whatever it might be, then his options for future development above the garage itself would be expanded. Is that right? Pretty much.
That sounds right. I'm not the septic expert, but.
Could he not just come back, though, in the event that he decided to build up there and then attach it at that point?
Well, the problem, once he builds it, and it's a detached building,
Yep.
the structure that's finished above it is significantly limited to what you can do with that structure above it, rather than you attaching it to
your
start
existing
with.
house.
Yes, if you want a kitchen or bathroom or whatever.
I mean, if it makes sense to, if it provides me more options down the road, I could put
I
a
haven't
little.
I haven't seen your house, so I don't really
Right.
know how it lays out. And obviously, you would need an architectural plan to get, through the staff portion of it. And the only reason I'm making comment to you is that I'm trying to save you the pain of thinking you're gonna do one thing, and then later, at another date, you decide you want to finish off the upstairs, and then you have some objections because you've got the building separate. So if you address them on the front end, then you will be able to get the most use.
Right.
Does that make sense?
So if it does leave me with more options down the road, I could add a little, 5 foot. There's 5 feet right now, if you look at the plan
Between the
there,
two.
between the house. Just put a little
I'm telling you, if you connect the building,
roof there.
and it doesn't need to be connected more than 12 inches. I mean, if that building is connected to the other building, which would gain you 5 feet, which means you're only into the setback 5 feet, you would be far better, I think, far better served. So, does staff, don't you have the right within staff ability to vary the setbacks by a certain percentage?
10%, so it's 2.5 feet is all they can approve. But I have some concern about coming too close or closer than 5 feet to the house because of the septic tank. And there is, I don't know if any of the pictures got to you, but right there at the corner of the house, that back corner where the garage would be located, there is a slope or drop off there. So you kind of have the garage, you'd have the garage and the septic tank is down here. If you move it too much closer, then if it ever had to get dug up or maintenance performed on it, which I have had to do, it might cause a little bit of an issue there as far as, the
Okay,
land.
the next question I will have is, how do we as a board approve the 10 feet into the encroachment when that's what the rule is? Because listen, I'm in the same boat you are. So how do we, I'm asking staff, how do we give him what he wants and not relinquish the rule? Does that make sense?
Well, it's not so much your purview to say whether or not you agree with the variance request itself. Your role is to more comment on the aesthetics of the building and maybe landscaping,
Okay.
that sort of thing.
So,
Staff, staff, we don't make a comment either way on whether or not the variance should be approved.
okay, so nothing we're doing has got anything to do with the variance.
Well, no, I mean, you're telling them about the options for connecting it. That's good information to know, but,
So that's the
we're
best
not-
I can tell you is
Yeah.
that the hard part's gonna be the variance.
I mean, he has to show the BZA what his hardship is, why it has to go there as opposed to nowhere else on the property.
Do you have a neighbor on this other side here?
The lot there is vacant, and then the next lot over is the owner of that vacant lot. So that property owner has his lot, and then the 2 lots on either side of his house, which are vacant. I happen to be on his left-hand side, and there's that vacant lot between us and his house.
Have you spoken to him
It's
about what you want to do?
right. Yes, I have a letter. I attached a letter from him, and he supports
You probably don't have
me
that.
going forward with it.
So he wouldn't oppose.
No, he was actually the developer of that neighborhood. Bill Bryant is his name, but he developed that neighborhood and is happy to see further development. I think, it'll certainly improve the value of my house, and I would think that it would improve everyone's value.
Well, my concerns are not, they're just.
Right, I understand the concept of, why have a law if you if you just break it all the time. But I think the purpose of the laws are there to kind of protect the community from egregious things happening. And I feel like in this case, the spirit of the law is being kept because of, I can't say that.
Well, if you get the neighbor to say he's okay with it,
Right.
that's a vacant lot, then obviously there's a lot of footage between the physical
Right. The
house
spirit
and
of the law
well
is to keep open space between houses, and I don't feel like I'm building in front of or prejudicing someone adjacent property owner. So that's kind of
Do we have any?
my take on it.
Go ahead.
Just want to bring to the board's attention, if the garage materials would be similar to those that are in the existing home, or would they be different? If the doors of the garage face the street, will they be like a carousel door the board wants, or a metal door? I'd just like to focus a little bit on the materials, because it is going to be a building which is encroaching on the side yard, so
Wouldn't he have to come back with that detail?
You won't see it again, so.
Oh, okay.
This is the time to talk
Make the
about.
recommendations to the BZA, if you so choose to dictate some of the materials or something. I mean, it is approaching.
I would make, since we don't have exactly what this is going to be, I would make the recommendation that it have to come back to staff for staff approval for materials and style.
To be compatible with the existing.
With the existing home, right?
Yes.
I would assume he was going to,
He'll do that anyway.
yeah.
I would say some sort of landscape here on the side, due to the fact that you're backing up to another property. Even though it's vacant, it may not be down the road. Right.
So like a year-round, some vegetation?
Something, yeah, to shield that from whoever may be next door eventually.
Okay. Comments? Do we have any public comment? Mr. Couch, I hope that we've in some way helped you. And I think you know what the battle will be is the rule is the rule, and we got to find a way to be able to allow you to do what you want to do. So that will be in your variance and not something for us.
Okay.
Keep in mind that the attachment of the building, whether it be 1 inch, 6 inches, however you do it, attach to that building.
Okay.
You'll be better served.
Thank you.
Anybody other questions? No. Mr. Couch, this is not something we vote on, so it's a
Okay.
courtesy with you.
All right,
Thank you
thanks.
so very much, sir. Next is 16405 LaConia Way. Alec?
Yes, hi, Alec Rickenbaker of Peachtree Residential. I'm coming before you guys before the board, to request the design review for our variance. This is a home that we're building in a neighborhood that we have just about completed called Hampshire's up on Freemanville Road. The neighborhood has several private drives in it that were built as a result of the geography and the configuration of the property. This particular lot is on the very back side of the neighborhood. This is lot 37, I believe. And our request is to allow us to vary the front yard setback from the existing 60-foot to a 30-foot front building setback line. Because of the configuration of the property, and I can see already that I didn't have enough information here to show you explicitly, the 60-foot building setback line is really required along the front setback against a public right-of-way. The public right-of-way in this case is about 500 feet that way if you're looking at the page. So you guys, I'm certain, have dealt with private drives in Milton, and the configuration of the properties get unusual. This is a hardship case because of the topography of the property, the stream buffer for the creek behind us, and the septic drain field that's required. I don't know if it's clear enough to you from the site plan. What we have done is pulled the house, if you're just looking at the site plan, I guess to the left, to try to get it out of the steepest part of the terrain in the rear yard. Lot 38 beside it is vacant currently. We'll be the home builder on that lot. This lot is vacant, obviously. There are 3 lots yet to build on this private drive. The next one is vacant also.
So it'd be 4.
Yeah, there'll be 3 vacant ones and then one which is built right now. It's for sale, a spec house on lot 40.
Bob, do you have any input?
Well, every time we do a side yard setback thing, I'm worried about landscaping, adjoining property, and worried about if the garage door would be then facing that adjacent property, so instead of 60, go down to 30. I guess it's, you know, the garage faces that side or not. Because he's reducing that, it's sort of really a side yard. The way it's laid out, it's a flag lot, it just happens to be legally in front. So setting it back, we just want to make sure that the driveway isn't even tight up against that property line, but the garage door is facing that property line.
How are you facing the house?
Do you have the site plan that looks like this?
Yeah, I just kind of, Bob, look, when I look at this, this almost makes more sense than the way it's, you know, to be done, you know, with the house kind of facing the side of the house. Because it almost looks like this, you know, you have a side of a house and then you have another side of the house. And if it was done, you know, where the front of the house was on that 60-foot building line, you'd kind of be looking at the side of that house. So in essence, this almost looks like, you know, you got a side yard of 25 feet and then a proposed another side yard of 30 feet. So, and since it's so far from the right-of-way, it's not like it's being brought closer to a cul-de-sac or a main road. It almost seems logical to face the house in the way that they've got it configured.
Honestly, I'd like to see the 3 lots together and how it's going to orient with the rest of the lots.
Well, I could probably show you that very easily. If this is the street coming across here, there's another lot here and another lot here. So they're just coming back out, identical placement to this one. So it's a one-sided street, private drive, rather.
So, Mr. Chair, can I ask, with the private drive, what would the actual setback be from the private drive?
But this is the end lot, so I don't think we have a measurement, not on this. He's obviously 66 feet from that corner there, so from the driveway, closest point to the house has got to be about 70 feet. No, I'm talking about 70 feet from this corner to the driveway itself, which is that corner right there with the flag beam. What do y'all think?
It's a tough lot. It's steep.
I just don't think you have a lot of choices.
Right,
No.
right.
It's very tough. You can look at the terrain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's dropping off.
What are those,
Yeah.
that buffer, stream buffer.
this house drops 10 feet. The lot does 8, well, it drops 20 feet over,
I guess, Mr. Chair, my main concern is that the 2 driveways apart, and we're reducing the setback. If there's a way we can present that, I recommend that they put some permanent year-round vegetation.
In between the 2 driveways?
Between the 2 driveways.
But you know, to that end, Bob?
Kind of circumvents the setback and allows privacy and.
to that end, that's why we really need to see what the other lots are going to be like and how that's going to be laid out.
So you've got the one for the adjacent lot, not
Right.
the setup.
You mean the one over here?
Yeah. See, there's the house for this one.
So Bob, you're saying, you know, where this little horseshoe shape here on the site plan, planning in between there, is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Between the 2 driveways?
Yeah.
I would, being that it's close to the 60.
This area right here, is that what you're talking about?
That's correct.
Okay.
So in other words, he's cutting it down.
Yeah.
Moving the building closer. that when his driveway in.
Yeah.
So it's really becoming much closer to the neighbor. And
Well,
my
house to house is-
suggestion would be just to screen it so that the two give you the appearance of some privacy between the two.
If I might, it's not the best, most optimum situation to have garage door to garage door on side entry conditions. The lots are forcing us to do this. We would certainly try to create some privacy between them so you're not staring at your neighbor's empty garage or full garage in my case. So we would be happy to do that. The one thing that I would caution that as a home builder, I wouldn't want to block the front door view from the private drive either, because man's house is his castle and you want to be able to drive up and see your front door. So really the adjacency is what we'd be screening as opposed to that whole horseshoe.
Makes sense.
Right, just the area where the garage goes up.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly, that's fine. Just to invoke some
Yeah.
privacy.
Okay.
So we're kind of recommending an approval of the variance.
Well, you're not.
We're not voting, but we're just saying.
You're really not recommending or denying approval of the variance either way. You're just kind of taking it for what it is and seeing what you can add to it.
So our ad would be more vegetation and screening between, in that island where the driveways are.
And
So you can block garage to garage.
again, if I could, first time I've done this, do I come back to this board with the, so then if I were, when I go to is it the BZA or the next group, your comments will be published in that regard, and I should probably be prepared to show what we would do to solve that. Okay. 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 Thank you. Any other questions I could ask?
Any other questions?
Yeah. Hey, Mark. One of the questions that Laura and Tim have brought up is to have you review this site for whatever we might be able to save in terms of vegetation and what we could plant there that would add the intrinsic value that we're looking for in terms of your position.
So about planting in that area we're discussing?
Correct.
Yeah, look at that, like Bob said, just finding a screen between the two garages.
Right.
Top in that horseshoe, you could do some other kind of supplemental planting.
Right.
It's not gonna screen the door, but kind of frame it a little bit more, kind of draw the attention to that front door.
So I'd suspect that when we make what our analysis are, what we want to present, it will be subject to, we would ask that you be involved in terms of the screening, the layout of the landscape into this particular piece of property, since it's being asked to be, since it's such a difficult piece.
Right.
Any public comment? No public comment? Any more comment from the board? I think we are good to go, and thank you so much for
Appreciate it.
participating.
Thanks for your time.
Number one. Wax Myrtle Road, Blue Valley. Mr. Ron,
Yes, sir.
how are you, sir?
Very good. My name is Ron Pfeiffer. I'm with Sharp Residential. We are the builder at a community called Blue Valley. The first page of the presentation I've got that you should have in your hand shows you where Blue Valley is. I'm sure most of you already know. We're up on
Yeah, it's where the barn is, I like.
where the barn was, you like.
Yeah.
Yes. Unfortunately, I hate to tell you, but that barn was not in very good shape when we took it down.
I already knew that.
It had not been maintained very well over the years, and it was pretty ratty.
It was pretty from the road.
It was beautiful from the road, but when you got up close, it wasn't anymore. But that's where we're located. And we are trying to put an amenity package into Blue Valley. The third page shows what the parcel looks like right now. It's 3 acres. It's currently vacant. It's at the entrance to Blue Valley. The issue we have with these 3 acres is there are so many setbacks on this 3 acres because of the shape of the parcel and where it's located that we are struggling to get a pool and 2 tennis courts in 3 acres, which you would think normally would be very easy to do. It's gotten a little difficult. What we're looking for is a reduction of the setback on the tennis courts from 100 feet to 50 feet to the adjacent property. The next page shows you what the pool layout will be and what the tennis court layout will be with a playground and a mail kiosk. I don't know if you're aware, but the post office has decided that there will be no more private mailboxes, and everything's got to be kiosk now, so we had to make arrangements for a kiosk. This is an ideal location for the kiosk because as you drive in this community, people can stop at the pool area and pick up their mail.
Are they going to reduce our mail rate?
I don't think so.
Sure.
I think that's still going up.
We deliver twice a day, too.
But we worked.
Makes me not want a new house.
We worked with Mr. Law, Mr. Bassimi, and Ms. Angela to try to work this out so that we could get all of this into this location and still get the separation that we wanted. If you look at the very last page, or actually look at the next page, what I've shown you is the adjacent lot, which is lot number 64, with a typical house on it and where the house is going to have to go. Now, this house has to go on this side because of where the septic field has to go. So the septic field will take up the area where the circle is. It says lot 64. So although from the property line we aren't going to be 100 feet, we are going to be well over 100 feet from the house itself.
Lot 64 is not built.
No, it is not built. That's where our sales trailer is currently.
Will your amenity package be built before lot 64?
Yes, it will.
So whoever buys lot 64 will know good and
They
clear.
will already know where the amenity package is going to be located because it will be built. We want to get the amenity package built as soon as we get the variance on this because we will have homeowners in this community probably by August of this year, and we want them to know that the community will have the amenity package. I know a lot of communities in the past, the amenity package was built in the third or fourth phase. Sometimes it came, sometimes it didn't.
Right.
We try to get ours built up front so that people can see what they're buying into and it adds value to the community. And then if you look at the very last page, we worked with Mark to make sure that we had sufficient screening with our trees. We have to put in a little over 900 trees on this parcel of land as we build it out, and we're going to use this area to put quite a few of the trees so that we screen it, keep that rural flavor from 372 so that you don't see a lot of what's behind it, and also to screen it from lot 64.
Well, mine would be deferred to Bob and to Mark.
I just want to mention to the board that we worked very hard with this applicant to maintain we worked very hard with this applicant to maintain a 60-foot rural view shed along the roadway, public roadway. We also worked very hard in repositioning the parking so that it would not front the roadway. It was internal to the lot, and we tried to maintain the most distance we could between the adjoining property, the residence, and the lot line that's in question. So I think one of the recommendations would be, I'd like to just ensure that as part of the variance that they do push that house over as far as they possibly can to maintain the greatest distance between the lot, between the lot lines there.
It's always been my contention that rural viewshed is an important feature of what we want to offer in our city. But the reality of it is, it comes down to, years ago, I watched buildings be built up close to a road, and I said, I'd hate to live there. And now it's probably one of the most desired lots in the country. So the reality of it is, depending on that, Mark, how we landscape this will really hold that true feel. You can put a house 100 feet away from our road and still have a terrible view, from a road's perspective. And so I'm just looking for density of vegetation, how it's done so that it offers the nicest looking that we can get that is usual and customary to our area.
Well, and we talked extensively with Mark about this because the original plan had a very, what I would call formal landscape design to it, very formal hedges and linear, and after talking to Mark, we went back to the architect and changed it so that instead of that very formal linear look, that we've got something that really blends in and so that it looks like a grove of trees, not just a bunch of hedges against the.
Mark, are you satisfied?
Yes, I am. We had discussed that, the diversity of plant material, native vegetation, kind of maintain it and create that natural look instead of, like Rod said, what was initially there, just your typical.
Well, I've seen your work and I trust what you do, so
Right.
if you're good with this, I personally am good with this.
Hey, Ron, are these, what price range are you building? Is it the same as the houses up on the hill, or?
No, we start at $599 and go up. Probably the highest price, now a lot of that depends on what our customer does in the future, but the highest price will probably be in the 800,000s.
Okay.
Right now we've got some in the high sixes.
It's beautiful property over there.
Yes.
Even if the barn's gone.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, even if the barn's gone.
How many lots? I'm sorry, I missed the first pass of this one. How many lots are you building on over there?
There's 97 in the phase in Fulton County.
Uh-huh.
There's an additional 27 lots in the Cherokee County side.
Uh-huh.
They will also belong to this HOA.
Okay.
So they will have access to it. Even though they live in Cherokee County, we'll let them come over.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much for all that you're doing for our community.
Okay.
I
Yes, ma'am.
have just one quick comment. On that, the playground that you're showing here, so is there, it's hard for me to tell, is there some sort of fencing around that, what's on the playground, or just trying to understand?
No, there would not be any fencing around it. It'll be this particular piece of land is pretty much as flat as a table that you guys are sitting at. There's not a lot of grade to it, so it will be a flat area there that kids can play in. It will have a play set in there, but it'll be a place for the kids to play. But it will not need to be fenced around it.
How close is that to the tennis courts? It's hard for me to tell. Like,
How close is it to the
Yeah,
tennis
how-
courts?
about how many?
It's approximately 20 to 25 feet from the tennis courts. Now, the tennis courts will be fenced.
Right. Okay. Just an FYI, since I am a tennis player, that might be awfully close to the tennis courts and people playing tennis. If you end up doing league tennis, even with 2 tennis courts, you can.
Right.
People don't like to be that close to the playground. They get very distracted. I'm just FYI.
Well, one of the reasons we arranged the tennis courts the way they are is so that it would keep balls typically from going that direction. So it's going to have to be kind of a wild hit to get it across that fence and into the playground, because the tennis courts lay the opposite direction.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's the issue. I think it's distraction from a playground for people playing tennis.
I see.
Particularly like league play, and
Yeah.
even if you have 2 courts, I'm sure they'll have a league.
Probably, ma'am.
People get uptight about kids screaming next to the tennis courts, but if there was a way you could maybe move it a little over, that might be better, just for less distraction. Just a thought.
All right.
It's just an input.
Did you put mesh on the fencing? Does that help or no?
For
sound issue.
For which fencing?
Oh, not all for sound.
Yeah.
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 It's more, feet from the
You
courts.
serve, kid screams, ball goes out, everybody gets mad.
Right.
Right.
Basically, is what she's saying.
People drink more beer.
Yeah.
The cable gets turned off.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yep, cable.
So what's on the other side?
There's a
Tim just
roundabout with other parking. There's
Yeah.
a circle.
That was, the roundabout on the other side, that was where the barn was. That was parking for the barn.
So that's going to disappear.
That's already
I was
gone.
thinking that would be the playground.
No, that's already gone. That was a parking lot for the barn that sat there.
And just so the board knows, the recreation building, pool house, whatever you want to call it, will be coming back in front of the board for
Okay.
review.
Sure.
Right.
Yes, you will be seeing the structure again.
Okay.
Good.
Great.
And I'm prejudiced, but it's a beautiful structure.
I'm sure it will.
Looks like the barn, Marty.
Well, my obsession over barns this week.
That's good.
Actually, it's got some barn flavor to it.
My barn's not nearly as pretty.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, y'all were gonna, you saved parts out of one of the old barns that you're gonna reutilize somewhere else.
Yeah, actually, that barn was rebuilt someplace. The old barn on
Someplace,
on Liberty. I don't know where it was. I wasn't involved in that part of it.
It's on the property though.
It's not on the property. It was moved off the property.
Just
It's
they
in
moved it
Milton.
off the property and rebuilt it on a different piece of property.
Yes, it was moved someplace in Milton, was what I was told.
Just out of curiosity, I'd be curious as to where.
I can try to find out for you.
It's all good. I'd like to know, but
Okay.
it's all good.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much for participating.
Okay, thank you.
You have a good night.
All right, you too.
So make a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, we just have one other item?
Okay.
Sorry.
I'm not here.
So I just wanted to remind you all that we do have a joint meeting with the Planning Commission coming up on, I think it's the 26th. I sent out an email about a week ago.
26.
And staff is working on some changes to the zoning ordinance, Northwest Overlay, and so we'd like to share those with you.
Just, I'll come, just put it on the calendar. I'll get it.
Check your email.
I will.
Have you set
I
the
want you to
date for the
change-
training program? Still in the works?
I think the joint meeting is planning on, I was told we're planning on meeting, is there a lot to go over. It starts, I think, at 7.
I'll have no more TV shows to stay up and watch late.
And that will be a big one. But it's very important to get all that feedback, because it is a zoning change.
Free food?
We'll put that request in.
We gotta pay for those cupolas.
Let me tell you, I like the cupola idea. I really do. They go on top of the barn for the park. But I know that they're $1,800 a pop.
Minus the chicken windmill.
I think the glass going between the first and the second, all the way down to the top front.
Yeah, but
Marty, I think they're gonna do the cupola, right? You said to do it, so we're gonna do the.
I didn't say to do it. I said that I like the idea.
The board.
The board, I don't know, does the board like the whole idea?
When you have a barn that long, though, typically if you look at long barns, there's 3 cupolas. There's sometimes
Yeah.
they'll
Yeah.
spread
Right.
them out.
True.
Now.
There's 3
Am I real far wrong about $1,800, Tim, per cupola?
minimum
Yeah.
for one
so-
that big.
But Tim, is it the board's desire to have 3 cupolas?
For a long building, look at lots of barn pictures and you'll see 3. Usually it's
So
3.
3 cupolas, and all 3 would be eliminated, or one?
Well, sometimes what they do is they'll put a big one in the middle, and then they'll have 2 smaller ones.
Little satellites.
So
And then if they just take and put a light on the inside.
you could do that in the middle one.
It makes a great statement kind of look.
Okay, so it's okay to have a larger one?
And
Middle.
2 smaller.
Yeah.
If you look at a lot of pictures of barns, you'll see that.
Yes.
Or you'll see 3 equal ones too. So.
Yeah, I bought that book.
Yeah, isn't that a
Bob
good book?
Myers' book on barns.
Yeah, that's a great book.
So,
He's got one on pubs too.
You have a pub book? That's good.
I got that one too. I haven't read it, but I have it.
I've started. Makes me thirsty.
ladies and gentlemen, anything else?
Is the board satisfied with the level of the submittals?
Yeah.
We're trying to get them a little
Greatly
bit
improved.
We're
They're
trying to
getting a
get them
lot better.
And on the park, we don't want to delay anything. And obviously, it's a budgetary, because
Yeah.
it sounded to me like he had thought about the cupolas and he'd thought about the stuff. If we can get them, that's great. If we can't get them,
Yeah, it doesn't
it's a
matter.
beautiful building.
That's
Now,
right.
now,
We don't have to worry about budget.
you know,
That's for somebody else to worry
I know
about.
we're quitting, and there is no disrespect for what the staff has been doing with my comment about, believe me, that's not it. I just wanted to make sure that the council, which a lot of times we just don't even talk, had they seen it and were they, just,
No, that makes sense.
you know what I mean? Because I know you guys have seen it, and I know you've worked hard, and I know everybody here, but I just wondered if they had had a chance.
I think Jim socialized that thing around the city.
I'm sure.
Like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah,
But your comment will be taken too. So
Yeah, that's what I mean.
We will go back and
because this thing, This is going to be the shining
Yeah, it really is.
park of Milton. It's just
exciting.
fantastic. I know every.
Did we get invited to the grand opening?
You know, I had a question and I didn't bring it up, but, you know, since we bought that corner there, man, it'd be nice to line up Thompson Road with,
That used to be 10,000. That's the design, I don't think it's on this